to si Ate Baby, oh. Meron na naman siyang bagong roll call. Sabi ko, ayoko na, stop na. Mamaya ulit. Alam mo na, kanina ko sa ICBS yung bago. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. May we please request the honorable members of the House to be seated to ensure that your presence at today's session will be properly recorded by the Secretariat. The plenary session will start in 3 minutes. Thank you.
The session is called to order. Everybody is requested to rise for the singing of national anthem. Please remain standing for silent prayer and meditation. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
is there any objection? Secretary General is called to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Akop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Ang. Angara. Aquino. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Billones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado. Bosita. Briones. Brosas. Buhain. Bulut Begtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jean. Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chungalaw. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Ko Juanco Jaime. Cojuangco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Hua, Cuaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go-Ed, Go-Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goricheta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque. Roque is there. Sakdalan. Sa Garbaria. Sa Kaluran. Salceda. Sali. Sali nandun. Salimbangon. Salo. Salvame. Santos. Saulug. Silverio. Singson Richelle. Singson Ronald. Singson Mihan. Solon. Soriano. Suwan. Suwansing Horacio. Suwansing Micaela Angela. Suarez. Talyado. Tamayo. Tambunting. Tan Joseph. Tan Keith Micah. Tan Reynolds Michael. Tan Samir. Tan Stephen James. Tan Tambut. Tan Shai. Tan Huatco. Tariela. Teodoro. Teves Arnolfo. Teves Jose. Tiangco. Tieng. Tolentino. Tulfo Jocelyn. Tulfo Ralph Wendell. Tupas. Tutor. T. Umali. Unabia. Ungab. Valeriano. Valmayor. Vargas. Vargas Alfonso. Velasco. Veloso Tuazon. Vergara. Versosa. Villa. Villafuerte Luis Raymond. Villafuerte Miguel Luis. Villanueva. Villar. Villaraza Suarez. Villarica. Violago. Yap Christiantel. Yap Christopherson. Yap Edvic. Yap Eric. U Divina Grace. U Jazel Victoria. Yulo. Zamora Amparo Maria. Zamora Maria Carmen. Zamora Isabel Maria. Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responded to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills, resolution, messages, committee reports, and to refer to the appropriate committee.
Reference of business bills on first reading. House Bill 2407, renaming Mariano Marcos State University in the city of Batac, Ilocos Norte as Ferdinand E. Marcos State University by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2408, mandating the establishment of isolation and quarantine facilities in all government hospitals by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2409, declaring the Paraiso T. Caribquib located in Sitio Daramuangan, Caribquib, Bana, Ilocos Norte, an eco-tourism destination by Representative Barba.
Tourism.
House Bill 2410, institutionalizing coastal cleanup in the Philippines by Representative Barba.
Ecology.
House Bill 2411, authorizing the Department of Agriculture to regulate farm gate prices for agricultural and fisheries products by Representative Barba.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2412, mandating the establishment and maintenance of a rainwater harvesting facility in all new institutional, commercial, and residential development projects nationwide by Representative Barba.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2413, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2414, establishing Bana, Ilocos Norte, TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Bana, Ilocos Norte by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2415, declaring a parcel of land located in Paway, Ilocos Norte, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Paway Lake Protected Landscape by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2416, establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program, creating the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Council by Representative Barba.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2417, establishing the Tarlac Provincial Science High School by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2418, providing additional tax incentives on gifts and donations to accredited farmers and fisherfolk enterprises under the Farmers and Fisherfolk Enterprise Development Program by Representative Lee.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2419, establishing an integrated agripreneur scholarship program by Representative Lee.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2420, providing agricultural pension and social security benefits to farmers and fisherfolk by Representative Lee.
Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2421, requiring the disclosure of nutritional information and menus of food service establishments by Representative Lee.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 2422, promoting entrepreneurship and livelihood for sustainable development by Representative Lee.
Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 2423, streamlining the organizational structure and manpower management of national government agencies, LGUs, constitutional bodies, GOCCs, and SUCs by Representative Gomez.
Government Reorganization.
House Bill 2424, integrating and establishing pertinent policies and regulations to ensure the sustainability of the Philippine tourism industry by Representative Gomez.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2425, renaming the Laguindingan International Airport located in Laguindingan, Misamis Oriental into the Emmanuel N. Pelaez International Airport by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2426, declaring May 12 of every year as a special non-working public holiday in Cagayan de Oro City to be known as Cagayan de Oro Liberation Day by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2427, establishing the Mindanao Institute of Good Governance by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2428 to 2434 and 2443, establishing multi-species marine hatcheries in certain barangays in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill numbers 2435 to 2440, establishing and determining community forests in certain barangays in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
The Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill numbers 2441 to 2442 and 2444 to 2447, establishing fish ports in certain barangays in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill numbers 2448 to 2455 declaring certain caves in certain barangays in Cagayan de Oro City as ecotourism sites by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2456 establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2457 strengthening the Commission on Elections by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2458 mandating the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy to select one cadet from each congressional district every year to comprise its incoming class by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2459 adopting the higher prescribed penalty, including death, of the national law of an alien found guilty of trafficking dangerous drugs and other similar substances by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2460 creating the Department of Economics and Development Planning by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Government Reorganization and the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 2461 amending RA 9165 instituting the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2462 for further amending Section 21 of the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2463 further promoting entrepreneurship by strengthening, empowering, and enhancing the financing and other support programs for micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development.
House Bill 2464 amending Section 36 of the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 on drug testing by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2465 establishing the archipelagic sea lanes in the Philippine archipelagic waters by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 2466 establishing the public schools of the future in technology by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2467 declaring the maritime zones under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 2468 providing for the full and effective implementation and enforcement of international maritime instruments to which the Philippines is a state party by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2469 providing for the sustainable management of forests and forest lands by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2470 providing security of tenure for barangay health workers by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2471 establishing a scheme of allocating tariff revenues from agricultural imports to domestic support by Representative Salceda.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2472 establishing the Southern Tagalog Medical Center in Ibaan, 4th District of Batangas by Representative Bolilla.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 2473 expanding the coverage of the exemption from the payment of travel tax and providing travel tax discount to senior citizens and PWDs by Representative Bolilla.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2474 creating an independent policy-making, quality assessing, research, and regulatory body for the education system in the Philippines to be known as the National Education Commission by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. And to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2475 providing for fair discount privileges to teachers on all modes of public transportation by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2476 postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Noel.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2477 mandating private business enterprises to contribute and set aside an amount for the benefit of its employees and contractees, employees, or the Unemployment Labor Assurance Mutual Fund Act by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2478 requiring the registration of subscriber identity module cards by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2479 establishing the University of Eastern Philippines College of Medicine in the University of Eastern Philippines in Catarman, Northern Samar by Representative Daza.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2480 institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situation Program of the DSWD, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts by Representative Daza.
Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 2481 standardizing the appropriate class size in public schools nationwide by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2482 establishing a 500-bed capacity hospital for teachers and their dependents by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2483 providing for a uniform or clothing allowance for civilian employees in the national government by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2484 defining the rights and fundamental freedoms of human rights defenders by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 2485, granting universal social pension to senior citizens by Representative Bongalon.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2486, reducing the optional retirement age to 56 years old by Representative Bongalon.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2487, providing enhanced protection, security, and benefits for media workers by Representative Bongalon.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2488, declaring the island municipality of Sarangani, Davao Occidental, an ecotourism zone by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2489, institutionalizing teleconferencing and video conferencing as alternative appearance of persons before government, its agencies, and instrumentalities by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2490, rationalizing the disability pension of veterans by Representative Roman.
Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare.
House Bill 2491, providing for computers and other related technical equipment for all public school teachers by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2492, mandating the inclusion of all punong barangays within the coverage of the GSIS by Representative Colliantes.
Local Government.
House Bill 2493, declaring the National Shrine of Padre Pio, commonly known as Padre Pio Shrine, located in San Pedro, Santo Tomas, Batangas, a tourist destination by Representative Colliantes.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2494, postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections to October 2, 2023 by Representative Colliantes.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2495, expanding the coverage of the tertiary education subsidy by Representative Garcia Dante.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2496, providing for a free annual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representative Garcia Dante.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2497, mandating the submission of a tree planting plan as a requirement in the application for building permits by Representative Garcia Dante.
Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2498, requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation by Representative Garcia Dante.
Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2499, requiring parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them by Representative Garcia Dante.
Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2500, providing mechanisms that shall ensure the effective implementation of the Arbor Day Act of 2012 by Representative Garcia Dante.
Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2501, strengthening and transferring the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, South La Union Campus College of Agriculture to Alipang, Rosario, La Union by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2502, establishing the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University Campus in Aguilian, La Union, to be known as the DMMSU East La Union Campus by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2503, strengthening the field offices of the Commission on Elections by upgrading and creating certain positions by Representative Garcia Dante.
Committee Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2504, institutionalizing the National Wetlands Conservation Policy by Representative Garcia Dante.
Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill numbers 2505 and 2506, establishing TESDA training and assessment centers in certain municipalities in the province of Biliran by Representative Espina.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2507, mandating the construction and installation of a submarine electric distribution line to Higatangan Island, Naval, Biliran by Representative Espina.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2508, separating the General Luna National High School, Consuelo NHS Annex in Consuelo General Luna, Surigao del Norte, from the General Luna National High School, converting it into the Consuelo National High School by Representative Matugas.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2509, separating the Dapa National High School Annex in Dagohoy, Dapa, Surigao del Norte, from the Dapa National High School, converting it into the Dagohoy National High School by Representative Matugas.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2510, separating the Del Carmen National High School Caub Extension in Caub del Carmen, Surigao del Norte from the Del Carmen National High School, converting it into the Caub National High School by Representative Matugas.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2511, defining ATM pawning scheme and prescribing penalties therefore by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2512, providing for a Magna Carta for barangays by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
Local Government.
House Bill 2513, establishing a DSWD district office in Kataingan in the 3rd District of Masbate by Representative Co. Wilton Tonton.
Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 2514, institutionalizing a free medicine assistance program for the poor, establishing access sites in all cities and municipalities of the country by Representative Vargas.
Poverty alleviation.
House Bill 2515, providing for the establishment of community drugstores in every barangay, otherwise known as the Botica ng Barangay by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2516, institutionalizing a drug overdose reporting and awareness system to prevent drug overdose-related deaths by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2517, instituting a policy on blood-borne viral hepatitis testing and screening by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2518, requiring the installation of carbon monoxide detectors in school buildings by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2519, providing for a framework in the care and treatment of diabetes by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2520, creating a dental unit in every rural health unit under the DOH as part of the primary approach in the delivery of health services by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2521, creating the Philippine Center for Disease Control and Prevention by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2522, establishing a pandemic and other public health emergency preparedness plan by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2523, creating the Department of Water, Irrigation, Sewage, and Sanitation Resource Management by Representative Vargas.
Government reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2524, creating a comprehensive policy enabling youth participation in adolescent pregnancy prevention by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2525, establishing the Calamba City TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Calamba City, Laguna by Representative Hernandez.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2526, increasing the membership of OFW sectoral representatives in the Board of Trustees of the OWA by Representative Magsino.
Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 2527, providing free insurance for covered applicants of overseas employment certificates by Representative Magsino.
Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 2528, expanding the service coverage under the Universal Healthcare Act to include diagnostic, laboratory, and other medical examination services which OFWs are required to undergo for their employment abroad by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 2529, exempting qualified OFWs from the coverage of the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016 by Representative Magsino.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2530, providing for a free public housing program by Representative Magsino.
The Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2531, providing a framework to protect and promote the right to adequate food by Representative Magsino.
The Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 2532, declaring February 23 of every year a special working holiday to be known as National Rotary Day by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2533, giving discount or waived fees and charges in the issuance of pre-employment documents to qualified indigent job applicants and granting them one-time monetary aid by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2534, increasing the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital in the city of Bacoor, Cavite by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2535, increasing the bed capacity of Teodoro B. Galagar District Hospital in Hagna, Bohol from 75 beds to 100 beds by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2536, converting the Mayor Isagani C. Pascual Memorial Hospital, formerly known as Hospital ng Giginto in Giginto, Bulacan, into a district hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 25 beds to 50 beds by Representative Cruz Ambrosio.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2537, mandating the construction of a coastal road connecting the Kamanava to the provinces of Bulacan, Pampanga, and Bataan by Representative Cruz Ambrosio.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2538, creating the Department of Water Resources Management by Representative Cruz Ambrosio.
Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2539, creating the Department of Emergency and Disaster Resilience by Representative Cruz Ambrosio.
Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2540, requiring all national, regional, and provincial government hospitals to establish, operate, and maintain a dialysis ward or unit in their respective hospitals and providing free dialysis treatment to indigent patients by Representative Cruz Ambrosio.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2541, establishing the Southern Luzon State University College of Medicine in the Southern Luzon State University main campus in Lucban, Quezon by Representatives Stan, Keith, Micah, and Verga and Arrogancia.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2542, establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2543, providing for early voting by qualified senior citizens in national and local elections by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2544, providing for early voting by qualified PWDs in national and local elections by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2545, providing for early voting by qualified lawyers in national and local elections by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2546, providing for early voting by qualified human resources for health in national and local elections by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2547, institutionalizing and strengthening the TUPAD program of the DOLE by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2548, to protect Filipinos from the harmful effects of trans fatty acids by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2549, declaring Mona Cave in Danlagan, Batis, Ginayangan, Quezon as ecotourism zone by Representative Tan, Keith, Micah.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2550, granting the Department of Agrarian Reform authority to condone debt burdens of farmers who are beneficiaries of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law of 1988 by Representative Estrella.
Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2551, providing for the development, rehabilitation, and modernization of Naval Airport in the province of Biliran and to allocate funds by Representative Espina.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2552, further amending the contractor's licensing law by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2553, requiring all new subdivisions, condominium communities, malls, government institutions, central business districts, and information technology parks in the Philippines to construct rain harvesting facilities by Representative Momo.
Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2554, providing for a Magna Carta for workers in the construction industry by Representative Momo.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2555, promoting investments in export enterprises by Representative Recto.
Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2556, strengthening the military and uniformed personnel pension system, creating the Military and Uniformed Personnel Insurance Fund by Representative Recto.
Committee on National Defense and Security and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2557, institutionalizing public-private partnerships, creating the PPP Center by Representative Recto.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2558, rationalizing the economic regulation of water utilities, creating the Water Regulatory Commission by Representative Recto.
Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2559, creating a district engineering office in the 6th Legislative District of Batangas by Representative Recto.
Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2560, creating one regional heart center in each of the administrative regions in the Philippines by Representative Recto.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2561, creating one regional lung center in each of the administrative regions in the Philippines by Representative Recto.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2562, creating one regional kidney and transplant institute in each of the administrative regions in the Philippines by Representative Recto.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2563, establishing the Rural Broadband Access Program by Representative Recto.
Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2564, requiring all public hospitals to prepare and implement a hospital site development plan for the optimum utilization of its resources in delivering health services by Representative Recto.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2565, reducing the cost of electricity for national government offices by promoting the development and utilization of solar energy in all government buildings and offices by Representative Recto.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2566, promoting open access and data transmission, providing additional powers to the NTC by Representative Recto.
Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2567, requiring internet service providers to deliver a minimum standard for internet connection speed by Representative Recto.
Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2568, requiring the digitalization of frontline services of all government agencies by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2569, re-engineering government agencies involved in the development of the education sector by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2570, strengthening the utilization of ICT in all public elementary schools and high schools by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2571, providing for tax incentives and development of economic and medium-cost housing by Representative Lacson.
Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2572, creating the Office for Clan Conflict Prevention under the Office of the President by Representative Santos.
Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 2573, proclaiming the 7th day of February of every year as National Religious Freedom Appreciation Day in celebration of the World Interfaith Harmony Week of the United Nations by Representative Santos.
Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2574, establishing the Cotabato Sports Training Center in Cabacan, Cotabato by Representative Santos.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2575, to strengthen the national efforts on disability concerns as provided by the Magna Carta of PWD and establishing the National Commission on Disability by Representative Santos.
Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2576, postponing the December 2022 synchronized barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2577, strengthening the OFW's desks in all LGUs, providing for the establishment of OFW desks in all police stations throughout the country and offices of police attaches around the world by Representative Magsino.
Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 2578, mandating the PhilHealth to increase the hemodialysis treatment coverage of its members to at least 156 sessions annually and providing said medical package free of charge to indigent patients by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2579, defining abuse towards differently abled senior citizens, providing for protective measures for victims, protecting from abuse by Representative Olivares.
The Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2580, requiring parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them by Representative Olivares.
The Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2581, mandating banks, financial institutions, and other credit card issuers to eliminate the annual membership fees, dues, or joining fees for their credit card holders, users, customers, and patrons by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2582, amending the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002, providing for an advanced nursing education program by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2583, mandating all television networks to air at least one regular program of purely educational content running for at least 50 hours per year by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2584, institutionalizing the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program, creating a council therefore by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rural Development.
House Bill 2585, protecting children from child sexual exploitation and abuse, child trafficking, child pornography, and violent crime on children by prohibiting the ingress of foreign sex offenders and aliens in conflict with child protection laws, providing penalties for non-compliance therewith by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 2586, providing for a Magna Carta for environmental and natural resources personnel by Representative
To
Olivares.
the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2587, providing for the establishment of Muslim cemeteries in cities and municipalities with significant number of Muslim populations by Representatives Adyong and Belindong.
Committee on Muslim Affairs.
House Bill 2588, converting the People's Park and Public Library in Marawi City, Lanao del Sur into the 1st District Congressional Library to be known as the Senator Alauya Alonto Congressional Library by Representatives Adyong and Balindong.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2589, extending the term of office of the President of the Adyong Memorial State College from 3 years to 4 years in accordance with RA 8292 by Representatives Adyong and Balindong.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2590, converting the Colegio de Montalban and the University of Rizal System Montalban Campus into the University of Montalban by Representative Nograles Juan Fidel.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2591, creating an additional legislative district in the province of Negros Oriental to be known as the 4th Legislative District by Representative Sagarbaria.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2592, establishing a special economic zone in a portion of the Salomage Cove and in the municipalities of San Juan and Cabuco, Ilocos Sur, creating the Ilocos Sur Special Economic Zone Authority by Representative Singson Ronald.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the
House
Committee
Bill
on
2
Trade Industry.
House Bill 2593, reinstituting absolute divorce as an alternative mode for the dissolution of marriage, by Representative Singson Ronald.
Population and Family Relations.
House Bill 2594, mandating the DOH to provide at least one health worker in every barangay, increasing their salaries and benefits, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2595, providing stronger measures for the conservation and protection of wildlife resources and their habitats, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Natural Resources.
House Bill 2596, providing for the delineation of the specific forest limits of the public domain, by Representative Alba.
Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2597, converting the Manolo Fortich in Bukidnon into a component city to be known as the City of Manolo Fortich, by Representative Alba.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2598, increasing the bed capacity of Kong Simeon G. Toribio Memorial Hospital in Carmen, Bohol, from 40 beds to 75 beds, by Representative Tutor.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2599, protecting e-consumers and e-merchants, creating the e-commerce bureau, by Representative Marquez.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2600, further amending the Public Employment Service Office Act of 1999, by Representative Legarda.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2601, creating the Department of Technical Education, Training and Certification, by Representative Legarda.
Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2602, promoting food forest gardening, by Representative Legarda.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2603, to promote and advance sustainable livelihood and entrepreneurship by integrating, enhancing, and institutionalizing financing and other programs for livelihood support for micro, small, and medium enterprises, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2604, institutionalizing the Philippine ecosystem and natural capital accounting system, by Representative Legarda.
Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2605, securing the Philippines' borders to make more effective the prohibition against the entry of illegal drugs in the country, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2606, amending Section 21 of the Clean Air Act, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2607, requiring all creditors or lenders of funds to provide equal credit opportunities to all credit-worthy persons, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2608, mandating the use of ethanol as alternative transport fuel, establishing the National Fuel Ethanol Program, by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2609, mandating the concurrence to international agreements and executive agreements, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 2610, providing for the issuance of a list of low-lying areas of the Philippine territory vulnerable to rising sea levels as a result of climate change and areas at high risk for natural disasters, mandating the DNR, DOST, Climate Change Commission, and other concerned government agencies for its regular updating, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Climate Change.
House Bill 2611, proclaiming the first Monday of August of every year as Lineman Appreciation Day, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2612, establishing the no-call, no-text, and no-email registration system and providing penalties for violations thereof, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2613, institutionalizing the national policy on access and benefit sharing from the utilization of Philippine genetic resources, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill numbers 2614, 2618, and 2620, converting certain high schools in Camarines Sur into national high schools, by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2615, converting the Pamukid National High School in Pamukid, San Fernando, Camarines Sur into a National Science High School to be known as Pamukid National High School, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2616, separating the Lupi National High School, Maragni Annex in Maragni, Lupi, Camarines Sur from the Lupi National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Maragni National High School. By Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2617, converting the Pasacao Municipal High School in Santa Rosa del Norte, Pasacao, Camarines Sur into a national high school to be known as Pasacao National High School by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2619, separating the San Isidro National High School, Calabnigan Annex in Calabnigan, Libmanan, Camarines Sur from the San Isidro National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Calabnigan National High School by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2621, mandating the integration of basic first aid and survival skills training in the curricula of all institutions of learning by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture and Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2622, further promoting entrepreneurship by strengthening, empowering, and enhancing the financing and other support programs for micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2623, banning the production, transportation, and sale of raw wood charcoal products and prescribing penalties therefor by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2624, granting postgraduate scholarship to public elementary and high school teachers in state colleges and universities by Representative Bolilia.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2625, converting the Florida Blanca National High School, located in Florida Blanca, Pampanga, into an attached campus of the Pampanga State Agricultural University, located in Magalang, Pampanga, by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2626, establishing a separate facility for prisoners convicted of heinous crimes, by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2627, defining the scope and extent of the fiscal autonomy of the judicial branch of government, by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2628, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of the basic ROTC in grades 11 and 12 in all public and private educational institutions, by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2629, establishing an extension office of the LTO in Padre Garcia in the 4th District of Batangas, by Representative Bolilia.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2630, mandating the provision of comprehensive renal replacement therapy to patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals, increasing the PhilHealth package rate for members, by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2631, prohibiting the privatization and corporatization of public hospitals, public health facilities, and public health services by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 2632 to 2638, establishing special education schools in certain barangays in Davao Oriental by Representative Almario.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill numbers 2639 to 2642, converting certain provincial roads in the province of Pangasinan into national roads by Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2643, promoting the development of the bamboo industry by strengthening the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, creating the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center, providing incentives for bamboo plantation and development by Representative Villarica.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2644, instituting the Magna Carta of Child Development Workers by Representative Villarica.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 2645, modernizing the regulation of health facilities and services by Representative Villarica.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2646, preventing marine pollution by regulating the dumping of wastes at sea, providing penalties therefore by Representative Villarica.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2647, providing for free dialysis treatment by Representative Goles.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2648, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Goles.
Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2649, mandating LGUs to identify and devote bare timber lands to be utilized for tree farming by Representative Aumentado.
to the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 2650, upgrading the basic salary of government medical doctors from salary grade 21 to salary grade 23 by Representative Aumentado.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill 2651, providing for the construction of a national road from the junction of Lanao del Norte Interior Circumferential Road, Lanao del Norte, into a national road to be known as Iligan Aurora Bypass Road by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 2652, providing for the construction of a national highway from the junction of Linamon Zamboanga Road in the province of Lanao del Norte to be known as Kapatagan Valley Coastal Road by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 2653, establishing a crab hatchery for the production and multiplication of mud crabs in Mindanao State University, Naawan, Misamis Oriental by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 2654, establishing a coastal aquaculture center to support and rehabilitate the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Northern Mindanao Brackish Water Aquaculture Fish Farm in Lala, Lanao del Norte by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 2655, establishing an arboretum in Tagoloan, Lanao del Norte with the Mighty Cave Park in it to be known as the Mighty Cave Park Arboretum by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 2656, establishing an arboretum in the premises of the Community Environment and Natural Resources Office in Calambugan, Lanao del Norte to be known as the Calambugan Arboretum by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
to the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 2657, establishing the Mindanao State University Lanao del Norte Agricultural College Arboretum in Ramain, Sultan Naga, Dimaporo by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 2658, declaring the Sultan Naga Dimaporo protected landscape and seascape area within the Sultan Naga Dimaporo, Lanao del Norte as component of the National Integrated Protected Area System under the category of protected landscape and seascape and providing for its management by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 2659, establishing an international ship port and appropriate facilities in Sultan Naga Dimaporo, Lanao del Norte to cater to the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 2660, establishing a National Library of Unity and Peace in Tubod, Lanao del Norte by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2661, establishing the Philippine High School for the Arts, Lanao del Norte by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2662, establishing a Mindanao State University campus in Munay, Lanao del Norte to be known as Mindanao State University Munay Campus by Representatives Dimaporo, Siti Amina, and Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 2663, creating the Manila Bay Rivers and Waters Authority by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 2664, capacitating employees to avail of loans and improve credit scores by entering into salary deduction agreement with employers and creditor banks where they maintain a payroll account by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 2665, converting the Balay Tawangan Lusod Farm to Market Road in Cabayan, Benguet into a national road by Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 2666, recognizing Baler Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing, declaring it an ecotourism destination and providing for its development. By Representative Angara.
Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2667, establishing satellite specialty hospitals to facilitate access to specialized medical care in identified regions of the Philippines by Representative Angara.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2668, establishing the Teacher Education for Achievers program to improve the quality of teachers in the Philippines by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2669, establishing the TV Broadcasting Education Program as an alternative learning system for basic education by Representative Lacson.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2670, institutionalizing the provision of free learning materials and other school supplies to public school students from kinder to grade 12 by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2671, granting preference in choice of banking services to employees in the private sector through which to receive their salaries and other monetary remuneration by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2672, amending certain provisions of the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines by Representative De Venecia.
Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2673, allowing the adoption of alternative work arrangements and enterprises registered with investment promotion agencies by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2674, requiring the establishment of a permanent clinic for every public school by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2675, institutionalizing the One Tablet, One Student program for public school students and students in SUCs by Representative De Venecia.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2676, creating the Philippine Audio-Visual Archives by Representative De Venecia.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2677, instituting policies for the protection and promotion of the welfare of workers in live events industry by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2678, providing for mandatory appointment of culture and tourism officers in provinces and cities and optional appointment in municipalities by Representative De Venecia.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2679, mandating the creation of an Office of Architectural Planning and Design in municipalities, cities, and provinces by Representative De Venecia.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2680, institutionalizing the review of products and services in the government, its agencies and instrumentalities, and LGUs to ensure its conformity with existing standards set by the DTI by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2681, regulating the learner class size in public elementary, junior high, and senior high schools by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2682, establishing guidelines for design procurement by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2683, establishing the e-government by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2684, institutionalizing an agro-industrial business corridor program, creating for this purpose the Aqua Negosyo Centers by Representative De Venecia.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2685, declaring December 26 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Dagupan, province of Pangasinan, in celebration of the Dagupan City Fiesta by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2686, providing for the inclusion of the continuing driver's education program in the senior high school curriculum by Representative Lacson.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2687, upgrading the minimum salaries of public school teachers to salary grade 15, teaching personnel in higher education to salary grade 16, and of non-teaching personnel to 16,000 pesos by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2688, renaming the Urdaneta City Bypass Road in the city of Urdaneta, Pangasinan as Ambassador Eduardo Danding M. Cojuangco Jr. Avenue by Representative Guico.
The Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2689, establishing the Philippine Data Interconnectivity System by Representative Salo.
Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2690, establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2691, increasing the maximum value of the family home exempt from execution, forced sale, or attachment by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2692, enabling the people's constitutional right of access to information by Representative Salo.
Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2693, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps by Representative Salo.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2694, providing for the modernization of the public health emergency preparedness and response capabilities, establishing for this purpose the Center for Disease Prevention and Control by Representative Salo.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2695, instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance by Representative Salo.
Committee on Government and Reorganization.
House Bill 2696, Right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery by Representative Salo.
Government reorganization.
House Bill 2697, establishing the teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2698, providing for the establishment and construction of a permanent official residence for the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines by Representative Tan Tambut.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2699, encouraging corporate social responsibility, providing incentives therefore by Representatives Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2700, creating in the DepEd the plantilla positions of guidance counselors in every elementary school and additional plantilla positions of guidance counselors for high school, increasing the salaries of guidance counselors and guidance-related positions by Representatives Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2701, establishing the District Engineering Office for the 2nd Legislative District of Southern Leyte by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Asidre, and Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2702, increasing the amount of authorized election campaign expenses of candidates and political parties by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2703, strengthening the right of the government to expropriate lands for socialized housing by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2704, strengthening local sports programs to develop young athletes by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2705, providing for a Magna Carta of commuters by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2706, strengthening the National Research Council of the Philippines of the DOST for the promotion of research work by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2707, institutionalizing the Philippine Abaca Industry Development Program by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2708, promoting Philippine indigenous and traditional writing systems and providing for their protection, preservation, and conservation by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2709, establishing the Philippine Legislative Academy by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2710, to regulate the practice of physical therapy in the Philippines by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2711, creating the Philippine Veterinary Hospital by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2712, reverting to the national government the discharge of basic agricultural functions and responsibilities devolved to LGUs by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2713, creating a Research and Development Council of the Philippines by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
The Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 2714, establishing a National Sex Offender Registry by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
The Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2715, upgrading the Sogod District Hospital in Sogod Southern Leyte into a Level 2 General Hospital to be known as the Sogod General Hospital by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Asidre, and Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2716, strengthening youth development and welfare programs by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2717, providing for tax relief in times of a calamity by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2718, withdrawing the internal revenue allotment of the MMDA by Representatives Romualdez Yeda Marie and Asidre.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2719, creating the National Eye Center by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2720, providing for the rehabilitation and modernization of PGH, creating the PGH Rehabilitation and Modernization Fund by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2721, renationalizing Polillo Medicare Community Hospital, located in Polillo, Quezon, placing under the direct supervision and control of the DOH, and increasing its bed capacity to 100 by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2722, renationalizing Claro M. Recto Memorial District Hospital, located in Infanta, Quezon, placing under the direct supervision and control of the DOH, increasing its bed capacity to 100 by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2723, increasing the bed capacity of the Bulalakaw Community Hospital in Bulalakaw, Oriental, Mindoro from 10 to 50 beds by Representative Umali.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2724, converting the Provincial Science and Technology Center into Provincial Science and Technology Office in every province by Representative Umali.
Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 2725, declaring November 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Oriental, Mindoro to be known as Araw ng Oriental, Mindoro in commemoration of its foundation anniversary by Representative Umali.
Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2726, converting the Oriental Mindoro Provincial Hospital in Calapan City, Oriental, Mindoro into a regional hospital to be known as Mimaropa Regional Hospital by Representative Umali.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2727, creating a system of partnership between local governments and civil society organizations through the establishment of a People's Council in every LGU by Representative Umali.
Committee on People's Participation,
House Bill 2728, establishing a special economic zone in Mansalai, Oriental, Mindoro, creating the Oriental Mindoro Special Economic Zone Authority by Representative Umali.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 2729, declaring the Verde Island Passage as marine protected area and an ecotourism zone by Representative Umali.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2730, creating the Center for Disease Prevention and Control by Representative Abalos.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2731, establishing the e-government by Representative Abalos.
Committee on Information and Communication Technology,
House Bill 2732, providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating the Electronic Commerce Bureau by Representative Abalos.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 2733, regulating the operation of motorcycles for hire by Representative Abalos.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 2734, establishing a National Cancer Center to be known as the National Cancer Center of the Philippines by Representative Abalos.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2735, promoting inclusive and sustainable economic development through the institutionalization of One Town, One Product Philippines program by Representative Abalos.
Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 2736, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative Abalos.
to the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 2737, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Abalos.
Committee on Government Reorganization, and the Committee on Disaster Resilience,
House Bill 2738, mandating the provision of comprehensive renal replacement therapy to patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals, increasing the PhilHealth package rate for members by Representative Abalos.
the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2739, providing security of tenure for barangay health workers by Representative Abalos.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2740, converting the Kalinga Provincial Hospital in the city of Tabuk, Kalinga, into a Level 3 regional hospital to be known as the Northern Cordillera Regional Medical Center by Representative Mangawang.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2741, creating the Chico River Basin Development Authority by Representative Mangawang.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 2742, establishing specialized hospitals such as the Philippine Heart Center, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Lung Center of the Philippines, Philippine Children's Medical Center in the Visayas and Mindanao by Representative Gonzaga.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2743, providing death, disability, and accident insurance coverage to barangay tanods, barangay health workers, barangay daycare workers, and members of the Lupong Tagapamayapa, and increasing the insurance benefits of Sangguniang Barangay members by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2744, creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Maasin and in the municipality of Sogod, Southern Leyte by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Justice,
Resolutions. House Resolution 88, expressing our warm felicitations and congratulations to Tribu Lumad Basaknon of Barangay Basak, San Nicolas, Cebu City for winning the 2022 Daegu Powerful Festival in South Korea by Representative Rama.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Resolution 89, urging the DSWD to prioritize farmers and fisherfolk as eligible beneficiaries in the department's move to accommodate new recipients of the 4Ps in line with the graduation of 1.3 million households from the program by Representative Lee.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
House Resolution 90, urging the BSP to immediately suspend the production of 1,000 peso polymer bills and revert back to using abaca fiber, taking into consideration its impact on the livelihood of our abaca farmers in producing the said banknote by Representative Lee.
The Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Resolution 91, congratulating the Iglesia Ni Cristo and the Church's Executive Minister, His Excellency Eduardo V. Manalo, for the Church's 108th founding anniversary by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 92, directing the Committee on Information and Communications Technology or such other committee to inquire on the availability and accessibility of cell sites, providing strong mobile coverage and delivering a minimum standard internet connection speed in the Bicol region by Representative Bongalon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 93, directing the appropriate committees to inquire into the implementation of all the programs and projects of concerned national government agencies as mandated by existing laws on the protection of rights and the promotion of welfare of Filipino migrant workers in their host countries and in the Philippines by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 94, urging the national government to provide relief and financial assistance to individuals, families, and business establishments that have been severely affected by the 7.3 magnitude earthquake in North Luzon by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramonjolo.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Resolution 95, urging the DepEd and CHED to review the issues regarding the inavailability of all tracks and major strands in public and private schools nationwide by Representative Santos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 96, urging the Environmental Management Bureau of the DENR Region 12 and the DTI to provide technical skills and support for the integration in the Comprehensive Waste Management Program of the Province of Cotabato, the recycling of plastic refuse products into raw materials for use in making of furniture, household items, and other marketable products by Representative Santos.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Resolution 97, urging the DILG to encourage all LGUs to issue anti-discriminatory ordinance policies on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identification, and expression by Representative Santos.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Resolution 98, urging the DOH and the Philippine Council for Mental Health to conduct an assessment on the compliance of LGUs of RA 11036, requiring the establishment of mental health care facilities and the delivery of appropriate health care services within their respective territorial jurisdiction by Representative Santos.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 99, urging the National Commission of Senior Citizens to fast-track the crafting of a harmonized national program for senior citizens by Representative Santos.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Resolution 101, directing the Committee on Muslim Affairs to inquire on the status and implementation of the recovery, reconstruction, and rehabilitation program of Marawi City by Representatives Adyong and Balindong.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 102, congratulating and commending Filipina youth athlete Vanessa Palomar Sarno for bagging 3 gold medals in the recently concluded Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championships by Representatives Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports and Development.
House Resolution 103, congratulating and commending Filipino pole vaulter Ernest John E.J. Obiena for bagging bronze in the men's pole vault in the recent 2022 World Athletics Championships in the USA by Representatives Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
Committee on Youth and Sports and Development.
House Resolution 104, congratulating and commending Filipina youth athlete Rose Jean Ramos for bagging 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal in the recently concluded Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championships by Representatives Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 105, congratulating and commending Ernest John E.J. Obiena for being the first Filipino and Asian athlete to win a bronze medal in the World Athletics Championships, creating a new Asian outdoor record and national record of 5.94 meters in the men's pole vault by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 106, congratulating and commending Team Filipinas for winning the Philippines' first gold medal in the ASEAN Football Federation Women's Football Championship by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 107, congratulating and commending Vanessa Sarno for winning 3 gold medals in the Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championship by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 108, urging the Committee on Agriculture and Food to conduct inquiry on the continued smuggling of agricultural products into the country despite existing laws and regulations by Representatives Yap, Eric, and Duterte.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 109, directing the Committee on Transportation to inquire on the delay in implementation of 14 foreign-assisted projects of the DOTR amounting to 1.6 trillion pesos by Representative Recto.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 110, congratulating and commending the 8 new members of the Order of National Artists for 2022 by Representative De Venecia.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 111, congratulating and commending Tribu Lumad Basakanon for winning gold medal in the international category of the Powerful Daegu Festival by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 112, congratulating and commending Gigil for winning bronze at the 2022 Cannes Leon Festival of Creativity for the second consecutive year by Representative De Venecia.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Resolution 113, congratulating and commending Gina Apostol for winning the 2022 Rome Prize in Literature by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 114, expressing the profound condolences of the House on the passing of Mr. Justin Tiny Nuida by Representative De Venecia.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 115, directing the Committee on Health to inquire on the implementation of the nutrition intervention programs of the DOH and the National Nutrition Council by Representative Silo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 3, urging for the immediate creation and convening of the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum as provided under Article 6, Section 3 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law by Representatives Adyong and Balindong.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Concurrent Resolution 4, supporting the 2022 to 2028 medium-term fiscal framework of the national government by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Joint Resolution 7, extending the life of the Congressional Oversight Committee on Dangerous Drugs by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Communications, letters dated July 28 and 29, 2022 of Office of the President Executive Secretary, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies each of RA numbers 11901, 11902, 11903, 11904, 11905, 11906, and 11907, which lapsed into law.
To the Archives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Marisa Del Mar Magsino of OFW Party List be recognized for a brief manifestation on House Resolution number 91.
Congresswoman Magsino is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this representation, on behalf of all the members of the minority, interposes no objection to the House Resolution number 91, congratulating His Excellency Eduardo V. Manalo for the Church 108th founding anniversary of Iglesia ni Cristo.
Thank you for that manifestation, Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, be recognized.
The gentleman from Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House yesterday approved House Concurrent Resolution number 5 on the calendar of session of the first regular session of the 19th Congress. This House Concurrent Resolution was signed by both the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that in the chronology of resumption of session and adjournment of session, after number 3, resumption of session from November 7, 2022 to December 16, 2022, the calendar jumped to number 6, omitting numbers 3 and 4. The my distinguished colleagues can check your respective copies of this calendar of session. I wonder whether the distinguished Majority Leader will have any motion to make the proper correction before we transmit this to the Senate and to the archives.
Thank you, Congressman Lagman. Can we give the floor to the Majority Leader for the queries? Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, the information presented by the Honorable Edsel Lagman the said information has been duly corrected on the final copy of the said resolution.
Your Honor, since this House Concurrent Resolution number 5 was approved by the House, any correction or amendment should likewise be approved by the House.
Majority Leader?
It is not incumbent on the Secretariat to effect any correction or remove any mistake.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, once again, we will note the observation of the Honorable Lagman, and we move that the approval of the calendar done yesterday be recalled, and instead we move that an amended calendar for our business be inserted in the journal as properly corrected by the Honorable Lagman, such that once we approve the journal, the appropriate calendar would be approved, Mr. Speaker.
What should be the appropriate sequence of the chronology? I suppose that should be made through a proper motion.
Yes,
that
Mr.
the House
Speaker.
can
Mr.
approve.
Majority Leader, I will give the floor to Majority Leader first.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move that the following calendar of session for the first regular session be reflected as follows in the journal. Number 1, Commencement of Session, July 25, 2022, September 30, 2022. Number 2, Adjournment of Session, October 1, 2022 to November 6, 2022. Number 3, Resumption of Session, November 7, 2022 to December 16, 2022. Instead of number 6 as previously reflected, we amend that to number 4, Adjournment of Session, December 17, 2022 to January 2023. Number 5, Resumption of Session, January 23, 2023 to March 24, 2023. Number 6, Adjournment of Session, March 25, 2023 to March 7, 2023. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And number 8, Mr. Speaker, Resumption of Session that it may reflect May 8, 2023 to June 2, 2023. Thereafter, sine die adjournment is reflected in number 8, adjournment of session on June 3, 2023 to July 23, 2023. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader. Is there any objection of that motion? If there is any objection, the chair is none. Motion is approved. This following Majority Leader recited a while ago. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you to the distinguished gentleman from Albay, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guest of the Honorable Marisa Delmar Magsino, the chairperson of OFW Party List, Mr. Raymond Adriano.
The guest of Congressman Delmar Magsino, where you po, please stand. Welcome to the House of the People. Palakpakan po natin yung guest natin. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guest of the Assistant Majority Leader, the representative of the 4th District of Leyte, the Honorable Richard Gomez, the officials from the Energy Development Corporation, headed by Mr. Irwin Magallanes.
The guests of Congressman Richard Gomez are welcome. Welcome to the House of the People. Palakpakan po natin the members of Energy Department. Thank you po. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The open of privilege hour is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from the 2nd District of Agusan, the Honorable Adolf Edward Edibong G. Plaza, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from 2nd District of Agusan del Sur, Representative Edibong Plaza, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I take the floor today to bring to the attention of this esteemed body an issue that I am well familiar of since the beginning of my political career. Our province of Agusan del Sur is landlocked, agriculture-dependent economy. Even in the uplands, our marginalized families form communities utilizing its rich mineral resources, its forest and watershed areas. Our climate-vulnerable economy has been regularly battered by calamities, and we cannot do no less than being resilient and resourceful. We have learned to adjust and adapt our farming and planting methods to our dwindling resources to climate change. Our experiences has enabled us to identify the factors which will improve our harvest and protect our projected yield. Our shared experience molded us to become knowledgeable on what crops are fit for our land and what it takes to improve the fruits of our toil. Mr. Speaker, I hope to share with all of you this afternoon a significant facet of our local farming experiences. Mr. Speaker, when I was the provincial governor of Agusan del Sur, the lingering effects of Typhoon Pablo has pushed us to conceptualize and launch our flagship program, the Upland Sustainable Agroforestry Development, or USAD. Our flagship program was instrumental in reducing poverty incidence from 45% in 2015 to 32.4% in 2018. In fact, our USAD program won the prestigious Galing Pook Award for Outstanding Local Governance Programs in October of 2021. This is a program that positioned our farmers to the forefront and front lines of our consolidated economic strategy at present. USAD maintains nearly 5,000 hectares of upland farms, planted with high-yield crops, providing an alternative source of livelihood with technology, continuous education, and active partnership with the communities. We have elevated agricultural enterprise as an economic driver and the core of our poverty alleviation initiatives. When President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos appointed himself as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, I was particularly elated. The hard policy pivot to agriculture is not just timely and relevant. It is in fact urgent and our last-ditch effort in global economy, beset with high commodity prices and food shortages. If I may respectfully quote the President in his State of the Nation address, magbibigay tayo ng pautang habang mas ilalapit natin sa sektor ng agrikultura ang hindi gaanong mahal na farm inputs na bibili na ng bulto ng gobyerno. Kabilang dito ang abono, pestisidyo, mga punla, feeds, fuel subsidy at ayuda para sa mga karapat-dapat na benepisyaryo. Ang pagsasaliksik para sa mga makabagong paraan ng pagtatanim at pag-aalaga ng hayop ay masusing gagabayan ng Department of Agriculture. Ipaprioridad natin ang modernisasyon ng mga sakahan sa pamamagitan ng makabagong teknolohiya para sa ating mga magsasaka. Ating palalawakin ang mga palaisdaan, babuyan, at manukan. Lahat ng ito gagamitin ang siyensya para tumaas ang produksyon agrikultural. I stand today to throw caution to the wind and offer the nation an insight on a matter often neglected and rarely emphasized by all previous leaderships of our Department of Agriculture. I take solace that no less than our President has taken the reins of our Agricultural Department. I take solace the modernization, and innovative technology are the marching orders of the President for the agricultural sector. And yes, as we make the transition funds will be allocated and redirected to procure seedlings, fertilizers, pesticides, to bring down the input cost and investment of our embattled farmers. Undeniably, they are no less important, and I agree, they hit the problem in the gut. But I respectfully digress on a very specific but extremely critical point, Mr. Speaker. As we tread the path of agricultural modernization, let us not walk blind. Let us put a stop to the wasteful practice of blind fertilizer application. Our academics have warned us, and other countries have shown us time and again that an effective fertilization program is not only based on crop nutritional requirements, but also on soil nutrient status. As I will demonstrate, an effective fertilization program should bring us yield and increased productivity. Anything contrary would mean that our policy interventions via free fertilizer funded by our limited resources are simply, utterly put to waste. Mr. Speaker, an effective soil nutrient diagnostic tool is a prerequisite to productive farming. There is a range of soil nutrient indices and protocols used to measure the nutrients available to plants in the soil. Most of these indices are developed in other countries, and we adopt these indices as if they were suitable to our soils. Without establishing suitable soil nutrients indices for our agricultural lands, there are only two things that can happen: overestimation or underestimation of nutrient levels in the soils. This scenario will only mean high cost and wasteful use of fertilizers. Thus, having a suitable soil nutrient index for our agricultural lands can help us reduce the cost of fertilizer application due to overestimation and underestimation. Mr. Speaker, soil test-based fertilizer application improves productivity and profitability. Its function spells the difference between effective fertilization and the perennial failure of our farmers to maximize yield. Soil test-based fertilizer application benefits our farmers in the following ways. It identifies what type of form of fertilizers are suitable to the soil that can meet plant needs. When we apply fertilizers to our crops, not all will be taken up by the plants. Some will be lost via volatilization and leaching, and some will be immobilized by microbes or be fixed by clay minerals and organic matter. These factors can affect plant utilization of nutrients and growth. This, however, can be addressed if we have visibility on the type or form of nutrients present in our farm soils via effective soil testing. It identifies trends over time as to the soil's deficiency, sufficiency, excess, and toxicity. Our country is a host to small, medium, and large agricultural companies with vast farmlands regularly applied with various chemical fertilizers. How do we know that our farms are still healthy or still capable of supplying the nutrients needed by the crops? We simply cannot know unless we invest on a rigorous soil testing program. It is a crucial tool in crop nutrient management. A soil test-based fertilization program would usher us to precision agriculture while at the same time minimize environmental footprints. For example, if your soil test results give you a good level of nitrogen or phosphorus content, why then would you apply additional nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizer? In doing so, you are imposing excessive levels of nitrogen and phosphorus in your farms. This, in turn, would end up in water bodies that can cause harmful algae bloom or contribute to bleaching of coral reefs. Again, this can be prevented if we put a stop to the practice of blind fertilizer applications. It calculates fertilizer requirement prior to planning. A soil test-based fertilization program will prevent nutrient deficiency and/or toxicity in plants. This is because you are only adding what is lacking in our soils. Let me respectfully pose this question to all the farmers to our august body. Who among you here have applied fertilizer based on the results of your soil test? If you have not done this, what is the basis of the fertilizer application? We all agree here that farming should be science-based and our decision should be based on not be based on gut feelings. We need to understand our soils. We need soil data as basis for our fertilization program. Mr. Speaker, I believe in science-based approaches to farming, and I have gathered a modest amount of empirical evidence supporting my claims on the yield impacts of soil test-based fertilizer application. Allow me to mention the three most relevant, comprehensive, and in-depth studies on the benefits of soil test-based fertilizer application. The 2019 International Rice Research Institute study led by Dr. J.B. Goloran, a leading soil health and plant nutrition research fellow, demonstrated 40% to 60% rice yield increase in soil test-based fertilization. The 2016 study in Eastern India, led by Dr. Sharma, registered significant 70 to 97% rice yield increase in a soil test-based fertilization study. The two-year field experiment conducted in India by Mahundar, Pati, and Mandal, which established the soil test-based fertilization on rain-fed areas, showed significant yield increase in rice. Mr. Speaker, we have the executive and legal framework to undertake my proposed paradigm shift. The Bureau of Soils and Water Management, or BSWM, our sole national soil resource agency in the Philippines, under the Department of Agriculture, is sitting idly waiting for our full support. It has expanded its range of services besides the soil conservation and sustainable agricultural land management advocacy to include soil management, analytical services, and soil and water resources research and development. The Bureau held several banner programs in support of the various national food production programs of the Department of Agriculture. These banner programs range from soil health analysis and mapping promotion of sustainable land management practices and research and development to address soil issues and concerns relating to productivity and fertility decline. It also extends its range of services to farmer groups, enabling them to avail of technical assistance on solid and water-related agricultural production constraints. It also conducts dialogues and consultation meetings with LGUs to be able to raise consciousness as well as address such soil and water-related issues and concerns that affect farm productivity and profitability. Let me be blunt, Mr. Speaker. The current state of our Bureau of Soils and Water Management is not well and sound. Let me enumerate its problems and limitations. The Bureau has only 16 regional soils laboratories meant to cater to over 9.67 million hectares of agricultural lands in the country. Its Laboratory Services Division is composed of a paltry 30 personnel, 15 agriculturists, 9 chemists, and 6 lab technicians. The Bureau's 2022 budget is measly 51.66 million, just enough to pay the salaries of its staff. It has zero budget for capital outlay. Zero budget, Mr. Speaker, for the acquisition of updated and needed soil laboratory equipment. To comply with soil analysis requirements, it routinely distributes to farmers rapid soil test kits, a simple, low-cost, and portable testing kits developed by our soil scientists. RSTs are for monitoring purposes only. We should be calibrated based on well-established soil protocol and data. RSTs are unreliable. It cannot even measure soil moisture. If at all, RSTs can be good monitoring tools when we already have established soil data index, as I hereby call for. Due to the budgetary limitations of the Bureau, the provincial government of Agusan del Sur was constrained to conduct our own soil testing to complement our land and crop suitability project. We are deploying our technical team to collect soil samples at 500 meters interval, targeting our underdeveloped production areas. The samples collected will be analyzed for key soil nutrients. The results from this initiative will be used as basis for crop suitability and fertilization program. Mr. Speaker, what step does our nation need to take from here? Let me respectfully enumerate my recommendations to our President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, our concurrent Department of Agriculture Secretary, and to our August Chamber as we commence the deliberations of the 2023 General Appropriations Bill. Number one, for the Department of Agriculture to institutionalize soil test-based fertilization program. No site-specific, then no soil test certification, then there should be no release of free fertilizer. For the Bureau of Soils, number two, for the Bureau of Soils and Water Management to build and establish a nationwide soil nutrient database and a soil test-based fertilization mapping and site-specific fertilization program. Number 3, instead of harmonizing soil analytical methods with laboratories in other Southeast Asian countries, the Bureau of Soils and Water Management should work continuously and closely with farmers and agricultural companies in documenting the best soil nutrient indices that can predict nutrient uptake by crops, crop growth, and yield. Number 4, for our approval of additional annual budget for the Bureau of Soils and Water Management to enable and capacitate it to hire additional manpower, particularly technicians and chemists, and to upgrade its mostly 10-year-old laboratory facilities. Doon po sa slide, makikita nyo po, yan po yung sa bagong pamamaraan ng soil analysis compared to the existing on the right side. Ito po yung sa Bureau of Soils ngayon na medyo talagang outdated. In Australia, usually po every 2 years nagpapalit ng soil test laboratory sila to update and upgrade. And you can see the production, agricultural production of Australia and all other Southeast Asian countries. Matataas ang yield and farmers are enjoying the fruits of their labor compared to our farmers here in the Philippines. Bilang isang gobernador, maraming kasabihan pag pumupunta ako sa mga farmers, ano po ang hanap buhay nyo? Ang sagot parati, ako po ay munting magsasaka lamang. But in other countries, farmers are doing good. Why is it in our country, in our beloved Philippines, ganon ang sagot ng ating magsasaka? Ako po ay munting magsasaka lamang. Hanapan po natin ng paraan kung kinakailangan ako ay nakikiusap sa aking mga kapatid dito sa Kongreso upang masagot ang talagang ugat ng problema ng agrikultura dito sa ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, I submit my recommendations with my earnest plea to our President and the Department of Agriculture to kindly look into this matter with fresh perspective, and I offer and I will submit all the information and the studies I gathered thus far for the perusal, review, and consideration of our Bureau of Soils and Water Management and our Committee on Agriculture and Food. With this, Mr. Speaker, with our collective efforts, there is much to hope that soil test-based fertilizer application will finally get the attention and priority it deserves. Again, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na ibinigay ninyo sa akin. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon kanatong tanan.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Congressman Plaza. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
Miss-
Majority, Congressman Nemano,
would the gentleman who delivered the privilege speech willing to answer a couple of questions? Just very, very few, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Majority Leader, I can give to the floor first before...
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bambi Imano for his interpellation.
Congressman Nemano is
Thank
recognized
you.
for
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Upfront, let me congratulate the gentleman from the 2nd District of Agusan Sur for the privileged speech and a wonderful recommendation for farming in the country. And like him, I too was given opportunity to have led the province of Misamis Oriental as governor, and I too had encountered the same challenges of what he is talking about and the farmers that are needing all the help. And Mr. Speaker, I think that most of the rapid tests that were mentioned earlier, rapid tests for NPK only. Is that true,
Yes.
The rapid test that you're talking about is for NPK only. And
Yeah.
for a nutrient, for a farmer's plant to have a better yield, you need at least 16 nutrients from boron to manganese and many other micro minerals.
Yes, I agree. Honorable Congo.
Yeah. So it's and if I understood it right, you want to improve the soil analysis laboratory in the country.
Yes, Mr. My fellow colleague.
And when you say that you want to improve it, so now what you're proposing is to give free soil analysis to farmers so we will not overuse fertilizers.
Definitely, yes.
And if I may add with the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, of the good gentleman from Agusan del Norte, that it should be given, the analysis should be given free to the farmers. Because too, I am a farmer. And the challenge was, I had my soil analyzed. There were 16 to 22 micronutrients needed. And I had to pay 120,000 for the soil analysis. And a farmer, simple farmer, who could not even eat 3 decent meals a day, cannot pay the 120,000. So I hope that it will be added in the recommendation that if there are 16 soil laboratory and for soil analysis, that analysis should be given free to the farmers.
That should be the case. This is one way of helping the farmers by our government so that they would put in the right kind of fertilizers in their particular areas. Again, as I have said, tendency ng ating mga farmers, yung bahala na si Batman. Kung ano yung sinabing pwede ibigay, lagay ng lagay, without knowing that their soil in their particular area doesn't need that kind of fertilizer or otherwise.
So I very well agree, Mr. Speaker, with the recommendation, and hopefully I too will be given opportunity to add more recommendation to the privileged speech of the good gentleman from the 2nd District, Agusan del Sur. Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa tanan.
Salamat, Gobkong, because I know you've been a governor for also the longest time, and I know you're into farming, and I feel what you feel, and I think we all here in this august body feels what the farmer feels. The best thing is really we should help our President, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, move forward and really address the problem in agriculture in our country. Through this, I hope the technical people of the Department of Agriculture would really look into this and recommend this to our President so that this will be addressed para hindi masayang yung mga fertilizers na ipamimigay. Most of our farmers, DA are saying, with this type of variety of rice, you will yield about 150 kabans. But then again, usually ang lumalabas, 90, maximum 100 kabans. Why? Simply because hindi akma yung mga fertilizers na nalalagay po sa kanilang lupa. At saka hindi akma yung variety ng palay na itatanim sa kanilang mga farmland. So again, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for hearing me out. And thank you very much, Congressman Emano, for supporting and backing my observation with regards to agricultural problems in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Emano and Congressman Plaza. I fully understand your situation because I'm also a farmer. Well, anyway, I'll just pass to the Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Edwin Plaza and its interpellation to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The privileged speech of Congressman Plaza is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the lady representing ACT Party List, the Honorable Franz Castro, be recognized to avail of the remaining time of the privileged hour.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this august body for personal and collective privilege. This pertains to the veto of President Marcos Jr. on our bill, House Bill 9652 and Senate Bill number 2520, entitled An Act Exempting from Income Taxation the Honoraria, Allowances, and other financial benefits of persons rendering service during an election period. Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang po ilahad ang naging damdamin ng ating mga kaguruan kaugnay sa pagvito ni President Marcos Jr. dito po sa bill na ito na 4 na taon po nating binuno dito sa Kongreso mula noong 2008. Para mabigyan ko lang po kayo ng simpleng background, ang mga BEI o ngayon ay electoral boards po bago mag 2018 ay hindi po ito hindi po nakakaltasan ng tax ang kanila mga honoraria and other benefits. At mula nung naipasa po yung train law, doon na po nagsimula noong 2018 sa barangay election, 5%. Noong 2019, national election ay at 5%. At ngayon, 2022 na presidential election ay 20%. Ang panukalang batas po na ito, Mr. Speaker, itong House Bill 9652, katulong po natin dito si Congressman Joey Salceda, at syempre po sa Senado naman po si Senator Pia Cayetano, syempre sa pamumuno po ng 18th Congress. So, ito pong honorarium na ito na tinatanggap ng ating mga BEIs o yung ating electoral boards. Sa pamamagitan po ng ESRA o yung Election Service Reform Act o yung RA 10756, tumaas po yung honoraria ng ating mga electoral boards na karamihan po dito ay mga teachers. 7,000 para sa mga chairperson, 6,000 sa dalawang member ng board, at may 2,000 po na transportation allowance at 2,000 din po kapag sila ay nag-training. Sa kabuuan po, Mr. Speaker, more than 2,200 sana yung matatanggap na karagdagan na honorarium kung hindi kinaltas ang tax. Malaking bahagi sana ito, Mr. Speaker, dahil ay malaking halaga po ito sa bawat teacher na nagbantay po ng eleksyon dahil kahit papaano sa taas ng mga bilihin at iba pang mga serbisyo ay pwede na itong magamit na pambili sana ng isang sakong bigas na napakamahal sa ngayon. Ayon po dito sa veto message ni President Marcos Jr., ito daw po ay, and I quote, "The measure runs counter to the objective of the government's comprehensive tax reform program to correct the inequity in the country's tax system and negate the progressivity of the reforms introduced under RA 10963 or Train Law. Moreover, the studies of pertain government agencies on the revenue laws is too substantial an impact to be foregone." Mr. Speaker, hindi po ako naniniwala dito sa sinasabing nito sa veto dahil unang-una po, Mr. Speaker, ipinasa natin ang CREATE. Ito po yung parang tax holiday o pagbababa ng taxes sa mga corporations, sa mga businesses na tinataya po natin na ang mawawala sa ating sa ating mga revenue mula 2021 to 2023 ay 372 billion. Nung ipinasa po natin yung FIST noong 2021, tinatansya po natin na 5.85 billion ang nawala. Nung ipinasa po natin ang train law, Mr. Speaker, doon lang po sa estate tax at donor tax na ibinaba natin sa 6%. Ang nawala po sa atin noon ay 14.5 billion. Subalit, kapag ibinigay po natin itong exemption sa tax ng ating mga election workers, Ang mawawala lang dito, Mr. Speaker, ay 770 million up to 1 billion sa loob ng 3 taon. Dahil every 3 years naman tayo nagkakaroon ng eleksyon. Kaya po natin sinasabi na napakaliit lang po ito na bagay. Napakaliit lang po ito sa ating gobyerno pero malaking bagay ito sa ating mga guro, sa mga poll workers. Kaya po Mr. Speaker, ang kinatawang pong ito ay muli ipa-file natin ang bill na ito para sa mga susunod na mga panahon at later on sana ma-realize ng ating economic managers, ng ating presidente, President Marcos Jr., na talagang ang ganitong kaliit na bagay ay napakalaki sa ating, kung tutuusin po doon sa kanilang inilalaan na buhay, pagod at pawis tuwing eleksyon. So ito lang po, Mr. Speaker, at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Castro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
The privileged speech of Honorable Castro be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The privilege hour will be now terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I request that we recognize the plenary guest of the Majority Leader, the Honorable Manix Daripe, the members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod of Zamboanga City, led by Vice Mayor Josephine Pareja, joined by Councilor Jerome Santos, Councilor Jimmy Villaflores, Councilor James P. Siazon, Councilor Al Jihan Eding, and Councilor L. King Umaga.
To the guests of Majority Leader Manix Delipe from the Sangguniang Panglungsod of Zamboanga City, the Vice Mayor Josephine Pareja, Councilor Jerome Santos, Councilor Jimmy Villaflores, Councilor James P. Siazon, Councilor R. Gian Eding, and Councilor N. King Umaga. Welcome to the House of the People. Palakpakan po natin ang mga guests ni Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Paul Dasa.
The Senior Minority Leader, Paul Daza, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to elect the following members of the minority to various committees. To the Committee on Appropriations, as members, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Arlene Brosas, Sergio Dagook, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, John Clement Abalos II, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Wilbert Lee, Bonifacio Bosita. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Reynolds Michael Tan, Nicholas Encino VIII, Wilbert Lee, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Arlene Brosas, John Clement Abalos II. To the Committee on Agrarian Reform, Wilbert Lee, Rol Daniel Manuel, Arlene Brosas, and Philemon Espares. To the Committee on Accounts, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Wilbert Lee, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, and Reynold Michael Tan. To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, as members, Wilbert Lee, Philemon Espares, Arlene Brosas, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Reynolds Michael Tan, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Philemon Espares, John Clement Abalos II, Wilbert Lee, and Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Raul Daniel Manuel, and Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Reynolds Michael Tan, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Climate Change, Gabriel Bordado Jr. and Wilbert Lee. To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, John Clement Abulos II, Arlene Brosas, Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on Cooperatives Development, Philemon Espares and Sergio Dagook. To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Sergio Dagook, Raul Daniel Manuel, Bonifacio Bosita. To the Committee on Disaster Resilience, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Raul Daniel Manuel, and Gabriel Bordado Jr. To the Committee on Ecology, Wilbert Lee, Arlene Brosas, Gabriel Bordado Jr., and Sergio Tagook. To the Committee on Economic Affairs, Reynolds Michael Tan, Arlene Brosas, and Wilbert Lee. To the Committee on Energy, Sergio Dagook, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Arlene Brosas, Raul Daniel Manuel, Jonathan Clement Abulos II, Philemon Espares. To the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Sergio Dagook, Arlene Brosas, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Wilbert Lee, and Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Jonathan Clement Abulos II, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Philemon Espares, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, and Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, Reynolds Michael Tan, Raul Daniel Manuel, Wilbert Lee, and Philemon Espares. To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, Jonathan Clement Abalos II, Raul Daniel Manuel, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Bonifacio Bosita. To the Committee on Government Reorganization, Sergio Dagook and Gabriel Bordado Jr. To the Committee on Health, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Jonathan Clement Abalos II, Bonifacio Bosita, Philemon Espares, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, and Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on Higher Education, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Raul Daniel Manuel, John Clement Abalos II, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Marisa Delmar Magsino, and Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Philemon Espares, Arlene Brosas, and Jonathan Clement Abalos II. To the Committee on Human Rights, Arlene Brosas, Raul Daniel Manuel, and Gabriel Bordado Jr. To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Raul Daniel Manuel, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Wilbert Lee, Arlene Brosas, Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Justice, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Arlene Brosas, Raul Daniel Manuel, and Sergio Dagoo. To the Committee on Labor and Employment, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Bonifacio Bosita, Arlene Brosas, and Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Joseph Stephen Paduano, John Clement Abalos II, and Sergio Dagoo. To the Committee on Local Government, John Clement Abalos II, Raul Daniel Manuel, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Nicholas Enciso VIII, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development, Bonifacio Bosita, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Arlene Brosas, Jonathan Clement Abalos II. To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development, Philemon Espares, Rosanna, I apologize, please strike that, Wilbert Lee.
Is that all, Minority Leader?
Yes, I'm just clarifying, Mr. Speaker, a few names
Please proceed.
before I read them out. There's apparently an error on my list. I will move forward to the Committee on Mindanao Affairs, Sergio Dagoo. To the Committee on National Defense and Security, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, and Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Natural Resources, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Raul Daniel Manuel, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Philemon Espares, Wilbert Lee, and Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Philemon Espares, Arlene Brosas, and Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on People's Participation, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Raul Daniel Manuel, and Bonifacio Bosita. To the Committee on Population and Family Relations, Arlene Brosas and Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, John Clement Abalos II, Joseph Stephen Paduano, and Arlene Brosas. To the Committee on Public Accounts, Nicholas Enciso VIII, Arlene Brosas, and Sergio Dagoo. To the Committee on Public Information, Bonifacio Bosita, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Bonifacio Bosita, Raul Daniel Manuel, Sergio Dagoo, and Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Marisa Delmar Magsino, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Bonifacio Bosita, Philemon Espares, Sergio Dagoc, Wilbert Lee, and Harris Christopher Ongchuan. To the Committee on Revision of Laws, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Arlene Brosas, Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on Rural Development, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Arlene Brosas, and Sergio Dagoc. To the Committee on Science and Technology, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Raul Daniel Manuel, Gabriel Bordado Jr., and Wilbert Lee. To the Committee on Social Services, John Clement Abalos II, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Philemon Espares, and Arlene Brosas. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, Jonathan Clement Abalos II, Daniel Manuel, Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Raul Daniel Manuel. To the Committee on Tourism, Sergio Dagoc, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Bonifacio Bosita, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, and Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, John Clement Abalos II, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Philemon Espares, Gabriel Bordado Jr., Wilbert Lee, and Reynolds Michael Tan. To the Committee on Transportation, Bonifacio Bosita, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Philemon Espares, Wilbert Lee, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Raul Daniel Manuel, and Sergio Dagoc. To the Committee on Veteran Affairs and Welfare, Philemon Espares. To the Committee on Visayas Development, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Raymond Michael Tan. To the Committee on Ways and Means, Joseph Stephen Paduano, Nicolas Enciso VIII, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Jeff Reese. Please strike that on the record. There's an apparent error on the list. Marisa Delmar Magsino, Arlene Brosas, Sergio Dagoc, and Wilbert Lee. For clarification, a request to be stricken is the name Jaffrey. To the Committee on Welfare of Children, Arlene Brosas, Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, Arlene Brosas and Marisa Delmar Magsino. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, Harris Christopher Ongchuan, Jonathan Clement Abalos II, Raul Daniel Manuel, Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. That will be our election for the various committees in the House for the members of the minority.
Is there any objection for the election of the minority leader for the various members, vice chairperson of the various committee? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Congratulations to the members and to their respective committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a suspension of session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Leader. Majority Leader.
I move to elect the following members to the Commission on Appointments. As members, Gico Ramon Jr., Mercado Revilla Lani, Romualdo Jordan Jesus M., Garcia Albert S., Villafuerte Luis Raymond L. Rey Jr., Sagarbaria Manuel T., Gasataya Greg G., Marcoleta Rodante D., Pimentel Johnny T., and Padiernos Jose Gay G. To the House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal as members, Garcia Vincent J., Garcia Pablo Jan F., Collantes Maria Teresa, Dayanghirang Nelson, Villarica Linabel Ruth, and Estrella Robert Raymond M. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection for the election of members? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The aforementioned members are hereby elected to their appropriate committees. Congratulations to the all elected members. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a couple of minutes.
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from Samar, Representative Dasa.
The Senior Minority Leader, Paul Dasa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority would like to add another election for the Committee on Visayas Development. Joseph Stephen Paduano. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection for the motion of the Minority Leader? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the reconsideration of the election of Rep. Florida Robes as chairperson of the Committee on People's Participation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the election of the following members to the various committees on the part of the majority. To the Committee on Accounts, as members, Momo Romeo S., Aquino Jose S., Tupas Raul Boboy C., Buhayin Eric R., De Los Santos Alfred C., Bautista Lim Claudine Diana D., Barbers Robert Ace S., Marañon Alfredo III D., Garin Janet L., Santos Alana Samantha T. To the Committee on Agrarian Reform, as Vice Chairperson, Sagarbaria Manuel T. Ortega Francisco Paulo V. As members, Barba Angelo Marcos, Horibata Tsuyoshi Anthony G. Lagman Edsel C. To the Committee of Agriculture and Food, as Vice Chairpersons, U. Jaisal Victoria C. Paglas Mohammed P. Marañon Alfredo III D. Violago Joseph Gilbert F. Rivera Noel Bong N. Nisay Journey Jet. As members, Flores Jonathan Keith T. Go Ed Christopher S. Barba Angelo Marcos. Dalog Maximo Jr. Y. Vergara Rosana Ria V. Barzaga Elpidio F. Arenas Rachel J. Villafuerte Miguel Luis R. Alvarez Jose C. Momo Romeo S. Cabredo Fernando T. Garin Janet L. Mercado Luz V. Plaza Adolf Edward G. Swansing Horacio Jr. P. Bascog Alfelito Alfel M. Garcia Maria Angela S. U. Divina Grace C. Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R. Tan Keith Micah Attorney Mike D. L. Yap Christian Tel A. Ortega Francisco Paulo V. P. Escudero Marie Bernadette G. Coanco Jaime D. Amante Loreto S. Yulo Emilio Bernardino L. Cuaresma Luisa Loren Espina Gerardo Jerryboy Jr. J. Almario Chino Miguel D. D. Faustino Ino V.A. D. Ian Paul L. Konghun Jefferson F. Luistro Jerville R. Panaligan Arnan C. Plato Salvador A. Talyado Josefina B. To the Committee on Appropriations as Vice Chairpersons, Albano Antonio Tonipet T. Duavit Michael John R. Gonzales Neptali M. Haresco Teodorico Jr. Go Ed Christopher S. Celeste Arthur F. Alvarez Mercedes K. Fuentabella Arnulf B. Arenas Rachel J. Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R. Tan Samir A. Abante Bienvenido Jr. M. Vice Jane Castro. As members, Mangawang Allen Jesse C. Barba Angelo Marcos. Matibag Rene Ann Lourdes G. Momo Romeo S. Ang James Jojo Jr. A. Bustos Jorge Patrol. Reyes Ray Florence T. De Los Santos Alfred C. Tulfo Jocelyn P. Lagon Sunny SLL. Cardema Drixie May S. Singson Richelle. Tanchay Caroline L. Versosa Samuel Jr. S. Chato Edgardo M. Fortes Manuel Jr. L. Loyola Roy M. Legarda Antonio Jr. B. Chungalao Solomon R. Maceda Edward Vera Perez. Coanco Jaime D. Amante Loreto S. Romero Michael L. PhD. Fresnedi Jaime R. Lazatin Carmelo John B. Adjong Zia Alonto Revilla Ramon Jolo. Sakaluran Princess Rihan M. Almario Chino Miguel D. Asistio Dean. Dionisio Ernesto Jr. M. D. Faustino Michael T. Konghun Jefferson F. Manikis Doris E. Panaligan, Arnan C. Talyado, Josefina B. Unabia, Christian S. Vargas, Patrick Michael D. To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, as Vice Chairperson, Colliantes Teresa V. As members, Lumayag Isidro D. Arbison Munir Jr. N. De Venecia Christopher V.P. Tan Samir A. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, as Vice Chairperson T. Alan U. Legarda Antonio Jr. B. Alba Jose Manuel F. As members, Rodriguez Rufus B. Villa Zaldi S. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, as Vice Chairperson, Paglas Mohammed P. Saulog Irene Gay F. Escudero Marie Bernadette G. As members, Rama Eduardo R. Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. Gulias Rhea May A. Salo Ron P. Nisay Journey Jet Copilar Marivic Ma Victoria C. Villafuerte Miguel Luis R. Cabredo Fernando T. Plaza Adolf Edward G. Bascog Alfelito Alfil M. Acop Romeo M. Emano Yevgeny Vicente B. Olaso Himir Adan T. Flores Jonathan Keith T. Dalog Maximo Jr. Y. Gatchalian Rex Duavit Michael John R. and Verga Wilfrido Mark M. Calderon Peter John D. Delmar Rachel Margarita B. Alvarez Mercedes K. Garcia Dante S. Aquino Jose S. Fresnedi Jaime R. Dimaporo City Amina Q. Manikis Doris E. Talyado Josefina B. To the Committee on Bicol Recovery and Economic Development, as Vice Chairperson, Angelica Natasha. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, as Chairperson, Tutor Christine Alexi B. And to the Committee on Climate Change, as Vice Chairperson, Lim Kai Chong, Jocelyn C. Cabredo, Fernando T. Veloso Tuason, Ana Victoria Yap, Christian Tel A. To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, as Vice Chairperson, Defensor Lorenz R. Copilar Marivic, Ma Victoria C. Loyola Roy M. As members, U. Divina Grace C. Gonzaga Ruel Peter. To the Committee on Cooperatives Development, for Vice Chairperson, Lumayag Isidro D. Chua Joel R. As members, Garcia Dante S. Nisay Journey Jet and Roman Geraldine B. To the Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts, Gomez Richard I. As Vice Chairperson, Gomez Richard I. As members, Barbers Robert Ace S. Revilla Ramon Jolo B. To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, as Vice Chairperson, Bustos Jorge Patrol Fuentabella Arnulf B. To the Committee on Disaster Resilience, as Vice Chairperson, Goles Anthony Rolando Jr. T. Versosa Samuel Jr. S. Adjong Zia Alonto. As members, Aumentado Maria Vanessa C. Balindong Yasser Alonto, Uano Dizon, and Marie Lollipop. To the Committee on East Asian Growth Area, as Vice Chairperson, Cagas John Tracy F. Alvarez, Jose C. Tantabot, Sherney A. To the Committee on Ecology, as Vice Chairperson, Mangawang Allen Jesse C. Labad-Labad, Glona G. D. Faustino Michael T. As members, Arenas Rachel J. Galios Edsel A. To the Committee on Economic Affairs, as Vice Chairperson, Villa Zaldi S. Yap Christopherson M. As members, Rodriguez Rufus B. Copilar Marivic Ma Victoria C. Legarda Antonio Jr. B. Duavit Michael John R. Alvarez Mercedes K. Gatchalian Rex Coanco Mark O. Marquez Carlito S. Tan Keith Micah Attorney Mike D. L. Benitez Jose Francisco Kiko B. To the Committee on Energy, as Vice Chairperson, Fernandez Dan S. Fuentabella Arnulf B. Salvame Edgardo L. Guardiola Tirso Edwin L. Rivera Noel Bong N. As members, Flores Jonathan Keith T. Garcia Maria Angela S. Rodriguez Rufus B. Lagon Sunny SLL Rama Eduardo R. Rodriguez Eulogio R. Goles Anthony Rolando Jr. T. Marino Mario Vittorio Marvi A. Javier Lolita T. Momo Romeo S. Celeste Arthur F. Marañon Alfredo D. Swansing Horacio Jr. P. Veloso Tuason Ana Victoria Bascug Alfelito Alfel M. Garcia Jose Arturo Jr. S. Rivera Noel Bong N. Arrogancia Reynante U. Calderon Peter John D. Legarda Antonio Jr. B. Duavit Michael John R. Enverga Wilfrido Mark M. Lumayag Isidro D. Rilio Marvin D. Cruz Ambrosio Jr. C. Coanco Mark O. Valmayor Gerardo Jr. P. Estrella Robert Remundo M. Adjong Zia Alonto. To the Committee on Food Security, as members, Solon Steve Chongbian, Vargas Alfonso Baby Alin. To the Committee on Foreign Affairs, as Vice Chairperson, Javier Lolita T. Bautista Lim, Claudine Diana D. Tanhuatco, Emilio P. Hagedorn, Edward S. Vice Gonzalez A. As members, Hagedorn, Edward S. Vice Gonzalez A. Barbers, Robert Ace S. Flores, Jonathan Keith T. Co. Angelica Natasha, Revilla, Brian B. Alvarez, Jose C. Veloso Tuason, Ana Victoria. Silverio, Lorna C. Tolentino, Aniela Bianca D. Acharon, Loreto B. Colliantes, Ma Teresa B. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, as Vice Chairperson, Lagon, Sonny SLL, Plaza, Adolf Edward G. Barzaga, Elpidio F. Emano, Yevgeny Vicente B. Javier, Lolita T. Fuentabella, Arnulf B. Tevez, Arnolfo Arnie Jr. A. Rilio, Marvin D. Alonte, Marilen Len B. As members, Almonte, Jason P. Buhain, Eric R. Celeste, Arthur F. Dayanghiran, Nelson L. Dalog, Maximo Jr. Y. Flores, Jonathan Keith T. Bernos, Ching B. Valeriano, Rolando M. Gintu, Ivan Howard A. Tabunting, Gustavo S. Cabredo, Fernando T. Marañon, Alfredo D. Pancho, Agustina Dominic C. Villafuerte, Miguel Luis R. Silverio, Lorna C. Amante, Loreto S. Gato, Chiriaco Jr. B. Garcia, Jose Arturo Jr. S. Arrogancia, Reynante U. Loyola, Roy M. Legarda, Antonio Jr. B. Nava, Lucille L. M.D. Hongkun, Jefferson F. Vargas, Patrick Michael D. To the Committee on Globalization and WTO, as member, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe F. To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, as chairperson, Robes Florida Rida P. Vice Chairperson, Yap Edvic G. As members, Swansing Horacio Jr. P. Valeriano Rolando M. Acop Romeo M. Maceda Edward Vera Perez. Delmar Rachel Margarite B. Fuentabella Arnulf B. Bondoc. Ana York P. Panaligan, Arnan C. And as Senior Vice Chairperson, Abante Bienvenido Jr. M. To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, as members, Kong Hoon Jefferson F. Lara Joseph Jojo L. Solon Steve Chongbian. To the Committee on Government Reorganization, as Vice Chairperson, Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. Salo Ron P. Acharon Loreto B. Salceda. As members, Salceda Joey Sarte Panaligan, Arnan C. Solon Steve Chongbian. To the Committee on Health, as Vice Chairperson, Arenas Ma Rachel J. Co. Angelica Natasha Reyes, Ray Florence T. Garcia, Maria Angela S. Lazatin, Carmelo John B. Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D.L. As members, Barba, Angelo Marcos, Emano, Yevgeny Vicente B. Go, Mark O. Tupas, Raul Boboy C. U, Jaisel Victoria C. Teodoro, Marjorie Ann A. Kari, Carl Nicolas C. Gonzaga, Ruel Peter, Nisay, Journey Jet, Cabredo, Fernando T. Mercado, Luz V. Pancho, Agustina Dominique C. Valeriano, Rolando M. Copilar, Marivic Ma Victoria C. Advincula, Adrian J. C. Swansing, Horacio Jr. P. Yap, Christian Tel A. Arrogancia, Reynante U. Bulutbek Gang, Eleanor C. Chungalaw, Solomon R. Cowanco, Jaime D. Bondoc, Ana York P. Nava, Ma Lucille N. D. Amentado, Maria Vanessa C. Solon, Steve Chongbian, Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D.L. Peña, Romulo Kid Jr. V. Lazatin, Carmelo John B. Estrella, Robert Raymond M. Tulfo, Jocelyn P. Roque, Larnie L. Rodriguez, Eulogio R. Aumentado, Maria Vanessa C. Jonicio, Ernesto Jr. M. Lara, Joseph Jojo L. Luistro, Jervil R. Maniquis, Doris E. Plato, Salvador E. As Senior Vice Chairperson, Goles Anthony Rolando Jr. T. To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, as Vice Chairperson, Kawagdan Rudy S. DPA, Violago, Joseph Gilbert F. Colliantes, Ma Teresa V. Olivares, Edwin L. Rodriguez, Eulogio R. Rillo, Marvin D. As members, Tutor Christine Alexi B. U. Jaisel Victoria C. Dalog, Maximo Jr. Y. Buhain, Eric R. Cagas, John Tracy F. Suwan, Lordan G. Kari, Carl Nicolas C. Chato Edgardo M. Gulias, Rhea May A. Lumayag, Isidro D. Advincula, Adrian J. C. Copilar, Marivic Ma Victoria C. Silverio, Lorna C. Gatchalian, Rex, and Verga, Wilfrido Mark M. Ortega, Francisco Paulo V.P. Alvarez, Mercedes K. Duavit, Michael Jan R. Cowanco, Mark O. Yulo, Emilio Bernardino L. Nava, Ma Lucille N.D. Sakdalan, Joselito Joel S. Ordanes, Rodolfo Ompong M. Guardiola, Tirso Edwin L. Gintu, Ivan Howard A. Salo, Ron P. Versosa, Samuel Jr. S. Tulfo, Ralph Wendell P. Olaso, Kimer Adan T. Chua, Joel R. Mariano Hernandez, Ruth Agarao, Maria Jamina Catherine B. Piron, Fernel G. Lumayag, Isidro D. Suwan, Lordan G. Cardema, Drixie May S. Hernandez, Charis Ansi, Galeos, Edsel A. Lara, Joseph Jojo L. To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, as Vice Chairperson, Flores Jonathan Keith T. and Gintu Ivan Howard A. As members, Lagon Sunny SLL, Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R., Valeriano Rolando M. Violago, Joseph Gilbert F., Horibata Suyoshi Anthony G., Advincula Adrian J. C., Gatchalian Rex Lim Kai Chong, Jocelyn C., Fortes Manuel Jr. L., Legarda Antonio Jr. B., Ortega Francisco Paulo V.P., Chungalao Solomon R., Alonte Marilyn Len B., Asistio Dean. To the Committee on Human Rights as member, Adjong Zia Alonto. To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples, as Vice Chairperson, Almonte Jason P. Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R. As members, Barba Angelo Marcos, Tupas Raul Boboy C., Almonte Jason P. Yu Jaisel Victoria C. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, as Vice Chairperson, Marinia Mario Vittorio Marvi A., Almario Chino Miguel D., Singson Richelle Villafuerte Miguel Luis R. As members, Lagon Sunny SLL, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe F. To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, as Vice Chairperson Tulfo, Jocelyn P. Silverio, Lorna C. Salimbangon, Janice Z. As members, Violago Joseph Gilbert F. Tanhuatco Emigdio P. To the Committee on Justice, as Vice Chairperson Flores Jonathan Keith T. Zamora Isabel Maria J. Garcia, Pablo John F. Gonzaga, Ruel Peter, and as members, Rodriguez, Rufus B., Yu, Divina Grace C., Fresnedi, Jaime R. To the Committee on Labor and Employment, as Vice Chairperson, T. Alan Yu, Panotes, Rosemary C., Salimbangon, Janice Z., Hernandez, Charis Ann C., Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D. L., Colliantes, Ma Teresa V. As members, Haresco, Teodorico Jr., Flores, Jonathan Keith T., Momo, Romeo S., Garin, Janet L., Acop, Romeo M., Olaso, Kimer Adan T., Talyado, Josefina B., Santos, Ma Alana, Samantha T., Agarao, Maria, Jamina Catherine B., Chua, Joel R., Tulfo, Ralph Wendell P., Ordanes, Rodolfo Ompong M., Guardiola, Tirso Edwin L., Luistro, Derville R. Go Mark O., Villarica, Linabel Ruth R., Lagman, Edsel C., Tulfo, Jocelyn P., Lim Kai Chong, Jocelyn C., Urobes, Florida Rida P., Kari, Carl Nicholas C., Kahayon Uy, Mary Mitzi L. Espina, Gerardo Jerry Boy Jr. J. Talyado, Josefina B. Vargas, Patrick Michael D. To the Committee on Land Use, as members, Revilla, Brian B. Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe F. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, as Vice Chairperson, Madrona Alejandro Jesus F., Celeste Arthur F., Barzaga Elpidio F. As members, Dayang Hirang Nelson L., Javier Lolita T., Goriqueta Michael B., Cruz, Ricardo Jr. S. Lagon, Daphne A. Valeriano, Rolando M. Goles, Anthony Rolando Jr. T. Alvarez, Jose C. Bernos, Ching B. Goriqueta, Michael B. Cagas, John Tracy F. Tanchay, Caroline L. Lagon, Sunny SLL. Plaza, Adolf Edward G. Garcia, Pablo John F. Villafuerte, Miguel Luis R. Ferrer, Antonio A. Aquino, Jose S. Cuaresma, Luisa Loren, Roman, Geraldine B. Vargas Alfonso, Baby Aline, Alonte, Marlene Len B. Asistio, Dean, Dionisio Ernesto Jr. M. D. Faustino Ino V. A. D. Ian Paul L. To the Committee on Local Government, as Vice Chairperson, Dalog Maximo Jr. Y. Acharon Loreto B. Regencia Celso G. Garcia Maria Angela S. As members, Go Mark O. Barba Angelo Marcos, Bernos Ching B. Paglas Mohamed P. Garcia Jose Arturo Jr. S. Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. U. Divina Grace C. Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R. Garcia Pablo John F. Horibata Suyoshi Anthony G. Violago Joseph Gilbert F. Nisay Journey Jet Fresnedi Jaime R. Corvera Dale B. Gintu Ivan Howard A. Ordanes Rodolfo Ompong M. Singson Richelle Mastura by Dimple Panaligan Arnan C. Peña Romulo Kid Jr. V. Mariano Hernandez Ruth Calixto Antonino G. Asistio Dean. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development, apologies, Mr. Speaker. Additional members to the Committee on Local Government, Plato Salvador A. Tan Samir A. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development, as Vice Chairperson, Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. Cruz Ricardo Jr. S. Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C. Kahayon Uy Mary Mitzi L. Malapitan Oscar G. As members, Tulfo Ralph Wendell P. Martinez Eric M. Calixto Antonino G. Gintu Ivan Howard A. Gatchalian Rex Campos Luis Jr. N. Gatchalian Peña Romulo Kid Jr. V. Dionisio Ernesto Jr. M. Revilla Ramon Jolo B. To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development, as Vice Chairperson, Lim Kai Chong Jocelyn C. Ataide Juan Carlos Arjo C. Javier Lolita T. As members, U. Jaisel Victoria C. Nisay Journey Jet Alba Jose Manuel F. Suwan Lordan G. Garcia Dante S. Dimaporo City Amina Q. Lagon Daphne A. Sakaluran Princess Rihan M. Alonte Marlin Len B. Cruz Ambrosio Jr. C. Galios Edsel A. Manikis Doris E. Panaligan Arnan C. To the Committee on Mindanao Affairs, as Vice Chairperson, Kawagdan Rudy S. DPA Plaza Adolf Edward G. Bascog Alfelito Alfel M. Alvarez Pantaleon D. As members, Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R. Swansing Horacio Jr. P. Flores Jonathan Keith T. Olaso Kimor Adan T. Labad Glona G. Sakaluran Princess Rihan M. Paglas Muhammad P. Miguel Peter B. Corvera Dale B. Almonte Jason P. Ominal Sancho Fernando Ando F. Duhali, Alan Aldu R. Sali, Dimsar M. Tan, Samir A. Udela, Antonieta R. U. Jaisel Victoria C. U. Divina Grace S. Solon, Steve Chongbian Matsura, by Dimple I. Arbison, Munir Jr. R. Dimaporo, City Amina Q. Tan Samir A. To the Committee on Muslim Affairs as member, Dimaporo, City Amina Q. Tan Samir A. To the Committee on National Defense and Security, as Vice Chairperson, Tupas Raul Buboy C. Alvarez, Mercedes K. Plaza, Adolf Edward G. As members, Flores Jonathan Keith T. Cagas John Tracy F. Bustos Jorge Patrol, Swan Singh Horacio Jr. P. Violago Joseph Gilbert F. To the Committee on Natural Resources, Vice Chairperson, as Vice Chairperson, Alvarez Jose C. Barbers, Robert Ace S. Mangawang, Alan Jesse C. Tanchay, Caroline L. Plaza, Adolf Edward G. As member, Momo Romeo S. Swan, Lordan G. Zubiri, Jose Maria Jr. R. Bascug, Alfelito Alfil M. Quaresma, Luisa Loren, Vargas Alfonso, Baby Alin. To the Committee on the North Luzon Growth Quadrangle, as Vice Chairperson, Dalog Maximo Jr. Y. Garcia Dante S. Morden Michael M. As member, Mangawang Allen Jesse C. Bernos Ching B. Chunglao Solomon R. Gato Criaco Jr. B. Singson Ronald V. Bulot Begtang Eleanor C. Chungalao Solomon R. Gato Kirako Jr. B. To the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs, as Vice Chairperson, Tulfo Jocelyn P. As member, Hagedorn Edward S. Vice Gonzalez A. To the Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, as member, Sakaluran Princess Rihan M. Tan Samir A. Solon Steve Chongbian. To the Committee on People's Participation, as member, Arbison Munir Jr. N. Ecleo Alan B. Asistio Dean N. Asistio, Dean Galeos, Edsel A. Manikis, Doris E. To the Committee on Population and Family Relations, as Vice Chairperson, Ko Olga Arati. As member, Galeos Edsel A. To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, as Vice Chairperson, Zubiri Jose Maria Jr. R. Mercado, Luz V. Versosa, Samuel Jr. S. Paglas, Mohammed P. Almonte, Jason P. Olaso, Kimer Adan T. As member, Arbison Munir Jr. N. Dimaporo, City Amina Q. To the Committee on Public Accounts, as member, Panaligan Arnan C. To the Committee on Public Order and Safety, as Vice Chairperson, Akop Romeo M. Bernos Ching B. Arroganza Reynante U. As member, Cagas John Tracy F. Acharon Loreto B. Gonzaga Ruel Peter Swansing Horacio Jr. P. Plaza Adolf Edward G. Marañon Alfredo D. Briones Nicanor B. Cardema Drixie May S. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as Vice Chairperson, Haresco Teodorico Jr. Emano, Yevgeny Vicente B. Garcia, Jose Arturo Jr. S. Arenas, Rachel J. Ang, James Jojo Jr. A. Amante, Loreto S. Tolentino, Aniela Bianca D. As members, Paglas Mohammed P. Goriqueta Michael B. Swan, Lord Dan G. Buhayin, Eric R. Cruz, Ricardo Jr. S. Dayang Hirang, Nelson L. Olaso, Kaimer Adan T. Loyola, Roy M. Enverga, Wilfrido Mark M. Marquez, Carlito S. Coanco, Jaime D. U. Divina Grace C. Ortega, Francisco Paulo VP, Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D.L., Tanhuatco Emigdio P. Garcia, Jose Arturo Jr. S. Lagon, Sunny SLL, Lagon, Daphne A. Chato, Edgardo M. Regencia Celso D. Cabredo, Fernando T. Marañon, Alfredo D. Mercado, Luz V. Valeriano, Rolando M. Villafuerte, Miguel Luis R. Acop, Romeo M. Garcia, Maria Angela S. Lumayag, Isidro D. Aquino, Jose S. Lazatin, Carmelo John B. Bascug, Alfelito Alfel M. Villarica, Linabel Ruth R. Quaresma, Luisa Loren Cruz, Ambrosio Jr. C. D. Ian Paul L. Lara Joseph Jojo L. Luistro Jervil R. Panaligan, Arnan C. Yap, Christopherson M. To the Committee on Rules, as Deputy Majority Leader, Albano Antonio Tonipet T. Nolasco Ramon Jr. C. De Los Santos Alfred C. Garin Janet L. Gonzalez Neptali M. Abante Bienvenido Jr. M. As Assistant Majority Leader, Gulias Rhea May A. Vice Garin Janet L. Roque Larny L. Zamora, Amparo Maria J. Escudero, Marie Bernadette G. Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D. L. Acharon, Loreto B. Fortes, Manuel Jr. L. Saulog Irene Gay F. Soriano, Jeffrey U. Jaisel Victoria C. To the Committee on Rural Development, as Vice Chairperson, Yap Christian Tel A. Mangawang, Alan Jesse C. Cabredo, Fernando T. As members, Dalog Maximo Jr. Y. Cari, Carl Nicolas C. Zubiri, Jose Maria Jr. R. Escudero, Marie Bernadette G. Tan, Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D. L. Acharon, Loreto B. Fortes, Manuel Jr. L. Alba, Jose Manuel F. Co, Wilton Tonton T. Arbison, Munir Jr. N. Quaresma, Luisa Loren, Dimaporo City Amina Q. Udela, Antonieta R. Almorio, Chino Miguel D. Almario, Chino Miguel D. Cruz, Ambrosio Jr. C. Pascual, Emerson D. To the Committee on Science and Technology, Vice Chairperson, Acharon Loreto B. Tolentino, Aniela Bianca D. As member, Chato Edgardo M. Rillo, Marvin D. Aumentado, Maria Vanessa C. D. Faustino V.A. To the Committee on Senior Citizens, as Vice Chairperson, Amante Loreto S. Plato Salvador A. As member, Castro Jane T. To the Committee on Social Services, as Chairperson, Vergara Rosana Ria V. As Vice Chairperson, Almonte Jason P. Suwan, Lordan G. Garcia, Dante S. Ang, James Jojo Jr. A. Versosa, Samuel Jr. S. Bernos, Ching B. Villarica, Linabel Ruth R. As members, Barba, Angelo Marcos, Loyola, Roy M. Acharon, Loreto B. Arrogancia, Reynante U. Rama, Eduardo R. Pancho, Agustina, Dominic C. Marañon, Alfredo D. Acop, Romeo M. Lazatin, Carmelo John B. Olaso, Kaimer Adan T. Domingo, Danny A. Kahayon Uy, Marie Mitzi L. Abunda, Marie Fe R. Asistio, Dean, D. Ian Paul L. Luisto Jervil R. Roman, Geraldine B. Talyado, Josefina B. To the Committee on Southern Tagalog Development, as members, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe F. Revilla Ramon Jolo B. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, as member, Konghoon Jefferson F. To the Committee on Tourism, as member, Ecleo Alan 1B. D. Faustino Ino V.A. Luistro Jervil R. Manikis Doris E. Juano Dizon, Emery Lollipop. Talyado Josefina B. To the Committee on Trade and Industry as member, Aumentado Maria Vanessa C. To the Committee on Transportation as member, Plato Salvador A. Joniso, Ernesto Jr. M. D. Ian Paul L. To the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare as member, Roman Geraldine B. To the Committee on Visayas Development as member, Espina Gerardo Jerry Boy Junior J. Aumentado Maria Vanessa C. Juano Dizon Emery Lollipop. To the Committee of Ways and Means, as member, Quaresma Luisa Loren. To the Committee of the Welfare of Children as member, Lagon Daphne A. Sakaluran, Princess Rian M. Kua Midi N. Juano Dizon Emery Lollipop. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, Castro Jane T. Kua Midi N. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development as member, Ecleo Alan B. Rilio Marvin D. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The following election of members. Chair is none. Motion is approved. The aforementioned members are hereby elected to their respective committees. Congratulations to all elected members. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the presence of guests of the House of Representatives and guests of Speaker Romualdez from the Eastern Visayas State University.
The guests of Speaker Martin Gomez Romualdez are recognized from Eastern Visayas. Welcome to the House of the People. Maraming salamat po, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, August 1, 2022, we adopted House Resolution number 121, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, namely House Resolution number 42 with House Resolution number 121.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion for the resolution number 42 with House Resolution number 121 approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, August 1, 2022, we adopted House Resolution number 129, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of former Representative Rolando Andaya Jr. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, namely House Resolution number 33 with House Resolution number 129.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until next Monday, August 8, 2 p.m.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Session is adjourned until August 8, Monday, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Boss. Picture.